members make their way to the hitching ring, we will have the show start in 10 minutes. Could I have all members and leaders make their way to the show ring, please? The show will start in 5 minutes. morning, everyone, and welcome to the St. Paul 4-H District Steer Show and Sale. At this time, I would like to welcome each club into the ring. First, we have the St. Paul Club with their leader, Andrew Uremko, followed by the Elk Point Beef Club with their leader, Dennis Katalich, the Goodrich Beef Club with their leader, Sean Robinson, St. Lina with their leader, Dave Deshane, and Boscombe with their leader, Randall Kuzma. Before I do that and then group photo. Okay. Okay. Could I have each of the club's presidents come up to the front and lead us in the 4-H pledge, please? Good morning, everyone. My name is Courtney Werstrick, and I'm honored to be your MC for today's event. I am a proud former member of the St. Paul 4-H Beef Project and a past Northeast 4-H ambassador. Currently, I am pursuing my Bachelor of Science in Nursing at the University of Saskatchewan. I'd like to wish all the members the best of luck today. Now introducing our judges. For our confirmation judge today, we have Colton Hamilton. Colton hails from Innisfail, Alberta. He operates Belvin Angus along with his parents, Gavin and Mabel, and his sister and brother-in-law, Quinn and Brendan Elliott. Belvin Angus currently runs 400 purebred Angus cows with a bull sale in March and a female sale in October. Colton grew up in the 4-H and Junior Angus programs. He has shown and fit cattle all across North and South America. Colton has judged Open, Junior, and 4-H shows across Canada as well as in Europe and Mexico. Our showmanship and grooming judges today are Dan and Heather Brundage. From north of Iron River, Alberta, who along with their kids run a purebred herd of Speckle Park. They have a bull and female sale each spring and fall and are actively showing each year at both Farm Fair and Agribition and also various other spring and summer shows. Dan and Heather are both 4-H alumni and are currently leaders of the Beaver River Beef 4-H Club. 4-H has had a significant impact on their lives and their families and are pleased to be able to give back to the youth that are continuing on the legacy of this amazing program. They believe that the learn to do by doing skills learned in 4-H go on to be a huge asset for whatever each person chooses to do throughout their life and are very happy to be here today. Our stall display judge for today is Leo Demisak. He is an Ag Society member and a longtime resident of St. Paul. Our card judge teller today is Jason Borse. And our ringmasters today are Cole Dodgson, Brooke Katalich, Luke Germain, and Ryan Deshane. The waitmasters this morning were Guy Brousseau, Ian Brousseau, and Jules Brousseau, so I'd like to thank each and every one of them for coming out today to make our show possible. At this time, we will try and do a group photo of all the members. Shorter members to the front, taller members to the back. Could I have all judging steers to the hitching ring, please? All steers that are being used for judging to the hitching ring. During the show, each club will have a responsibility of cleaning up the pen. First will be St. Paul from 11 to 12, St. Lina 12 to 1, Goodrich 1 to 2, Elk Point 2 to 3, and Boscombe 3 to 4. You have to clean up the inside of the pen. Members, for judging today, juniors will be in this main pen, intermediates will be in the hitching ring, and and seniors will be in the picture ring. It's on.
I think it's on. It's on. Smile. It's 4-8.
Well, good morning, you guys. It's definitely a pleasure for me to be here today, helping out and sorting through the steers and judging the cattle today. Just wandering through the barns there, picking out these cattle for the judging classes. It looks like we've got a really nice, exciting group of steers. We'll be looking forward to going through them. We'll just briefly run down on what we'll be looking for here today. Judging these steers. I don't know if you noticed when the steer walked in, and maybe if young fella here can walk him a little bit more. You look at the steer, first off, when he walks in, you'll notice that he tracks fairly well. So you want their back foot to step into the hole where their front foot has vacated. So you'll see this steer, he tracks fairly well. He's fairly square. His back legs, maybe he gets underneath himself a little bit, but I still, when these steers, when they're carrying as much condition, as fresh as they are, it's hard to have them completely, free moving and sound. Sometimes, just given the size and the mass of them, they do, they can tend to maybe not walk as free. I guess the question is, they're feeder cattle. They only have to walk so far as they need to get to a kill floor in theory, but still, every one of these steers still has a mother somewhere and probably some sisters somewhere, and so structural correctness is still something that we'll kind of look at just to start with here today. I think, this steer, analyzing just, from the profile, we can stop him there now, analyzing from the profile, really appreciate this steer. He's got a lot of depth of rib. Like you look at this steer, you look at his rib cage, you look at how much depth he has, and when you stand behind him, how much shape he has. He's a steer with a lot of shape, a lot of dimension. Those cattle that have more shape, those are easier doing cattle. Those are cattle that convert feed. They put on weight easier. So you look at this steer, you just see, you look at his rib cage, he's got a big rib cage, he's got a big belly. So that's something that, we appreciate and like about this steer. If he'll let me put my hands onto him. You put your hands, so, these are feeder cattle. We want these cattle to be finished. And so, if you just place your hands kind of over their ribs, if you think about your rib cage, when you feel your rib cage, you can feel each one of your ribs. So the more you can feel a finished steer's ribs, that's not good. This steer, I don't know if he's going to want everybody to handle him, but when you put your hands on him, there's a good amount of fat cover over his ribs. So that fat cover is indicating how finished these steers are. So, there's a few kind of things that you can look at to tell is this steer finished. One thing is if you put your hands and you can feel, when you put your hands over his ribs, you can kind of feel fat. You're not feeling bone. You look at kind of in their brisket, between their front legs, they get kind of full in their brisket. You look at their tail head, they get kind of some patches on their tail head. So, that's, cosmetically, that's not so nice maybe as far as showing goes, but when we're talking about market steers, that's indicators that these steers are finished and they're going to, achieve as good of a grade as they hopefully can. You look at this steer, when we kind of move to the back, this is a steer. He's got a whole lot of muscle to him. You look at, over his hip and down in here to his lower quarter, he's got good muscle shape. So you want to see shape here. You want them to carry that muscle down into their stifle. You just want, again, like when I was talking about with the ribs, you want to see more shape. Round is better than flat when we're talking about these feeder cattle. The most valuable cuts of beef on a steer, on a beef animal, is over their loin and their ribs. So, the hip is important. You want them to have a big hip, but more important than the hip is going from the hip forward to their shoulder. So the steer's not really cooperating here, but when we're looking, from the point of his hip and going forward to his shoulder, all through there is the most valuable cuts of beef on a beef carcass. Your loins, your tenderloins, your ribeyes, the steaks that are the most popular, as far as retail goes. So you want that steer to be thick over his top. It's great to have a big impressive hip, but if they have a hip, but they don't also have that thickness to their top, then you're losing a lot of the value, what are the prime cuts on a carcass. You want length of body is also important as well. A steer, the longer the steer is, the more product there is there, the more length there is. So, length is also something that we're going to be looking for here today. This steer, he's a balanced steer. When you look at a steer, you want, from front to back, you want balance. You don't want them to be, sometimes maybe a steer, they've got, a bigger shoulder. They don't quite have as much, lower quarter or back end to them. So you want steers that are balanced. So, from front to back. And this is a steer, a good representation of a steer that's really balanced. And it's still, it's a market show. These are market animals, but still, it's nice if they can have some eye appeal and some show appeal to them as well. And I think this is a steer, he does do that well. So I think this was a good steer just to kind of do some talking about and a demonstration on just on what we're looking at. But structure when they're walking in, that's the first thing to look at. Are they walking okay? Then we're looking at how much muscle do they have, how much shape do they have, how much rib, are they deep? The finishing ability, how finished are they, how complete are they? So, that's just kind of a brief rundown, kind of what we'd be looking at for these market cattle here today. I guess we'll start sorting everybody up into their groups and judging their groups, but if you have any questions, let me know, but that's kind of where we'll start at.
Members, you will have 20 minutes to judge. Please go find your leader and you will get your judging card. Just a reminder, juniors are in the main pen. Seniors are in the picture ring, and intermediates are in the hitching ring. Actually, I'll give you one of these. Oral reasons available? Oral reasons will be available. He just needs a pen. Pen? Yeah. Here, I'll give you this book, actually, instead of that one. Yeah. Okay, all right. Okay. Members, steers are numbered left to right, 1 to 4, standing from behind them. For juniors, the number 1 steer is the black steer on the far side by the bleachers. And then for the senior members, number 1 is the steer that Mr. St. Arnold has. And the steer that Mr. Michaud has for the intermediates. The parents will remind you. Are we good? Members, your 20 minutes starts now. At this time, while the members are judging, I'd like to thank a few of our sponsors. Our silver sponsor, B&D Industrial Service. Our gold sponsors, Mistel Seeds, PS Catering, Extreme Power Products, Horizon Ag and Turf, Sake Insurance Services Ltd., St. Arnold Lumber and Building Supplies, Parrish and Heimbecker Ltd., Denalick Farms, and Vermilion Livestock Exchange. Also, a thank you to the County of St. Paul Number 19 for providing supper later tonight, the Service Credit Union for providing breakfast this morning, MCS Net for sponsoring ribbons, Miles Woke Auctioneering for conducting the auction, and Cornerstone Co-op for providing snacks and refreshments, as well as our platinum sponsors, County of St. Paul Number 19, Service Credit Union, DLMS, A. Amiot and Sons Welding, Ltd., Colette and Sons Implements, Ltd., St. Paul Vet Clinic, CNRL, Nutrient Ag Solutions St. Paul, Magic Floors, Webb's Machinery, Ltd., St. Paul Seed Cleaning Association, Viking Auction Mart, Ltd., Market, Ltd., Gaykel Ranch, Nova RPM, White Cloud Mechanical, 4L Tire, Alberta Cedar Parts and Repairs, MCS Net, Cornerstone Co-op, Master Feed St. Paul, Top Grow Agro Ltd., Glendon Drug Mart, UFA, Miles Woke Auctioneering, and Lakeland This Week. Thank you, sponsors. Today wouldn't be possible without you. Members, you have 10 minutes left to judge. And just a reminder, oral reasons are available for those members who choose. Members, you have 5 minutes left to judge. Members, you have 2 minutes left to judge. Time is up, members. Could we have those participating in the pen of five please make their way to the hitching ring? Oral reasons will happen after the pen of five. Could I have all members who are participating in the pen of five make their way to the hitching ring?
All members participating in Prena 5, please make your way to the hitching ring. followed by Elk Point. Goodrich. Goodrich. St. Lina.
Check, check.
And rounding up the Pen 5 class, we have Boscombe. Sorry. This is your 2025 Pen 5.
Well, I think we've got really impressive pen full of feeder cattle here. I think all of these clubs have a really even, consistent group of steers, and I think without getting into them individually, just kind of analyzing them as groups, just looking at them for consistency, just in type and size. I think all of these groups are extremely powerful set of feeder cattle. So if we give a round of applause to all these clubs, these cattle look well fed. It'll be exciting to get into these steers individually and start judging them. Like I said, judging these pens of cattle, it's more just looking at consistency in size and consistency in type. I think we'll go with the for first place we'll go with the group on the farthest end there. Just a really impressive group of steers. I think from one side to the other, they're just the consistency of them looks extremely impressive. And then the ones right beside them here with the purple sweaters, if we had them for second place. So congratulations to all the groups here. I think really impressive group of cattle. And like I said, be excited to get in and start judging these cattle individually as we go here today.
So first place, pen of 5, goes to the Boscombe Club. And second place, pen of 5, goes to the St. Lina Beef Club. Members, there will be a 5-minute break before the first class of senior grooming. During senior grooming, intermediate and junior members who would like to do oral reasons will do them in the behind those bleachers. Could I have all senior members in the split 1 of grooming please make their way to all senior members in split 1 please make their way to the hitching ring. Senior members in split 1 please make their way to the hitching ring. We will now be starting our senior grooming split number 1. First into the ring, we have number 5, Zach Germain, followed by number 11, Trista Marcoux, number 13, Mercedes Trefanenko, number 14, Matthias Agnemark, number 17, Naya Yantz, number 18, Lexi Smith, number 23, Tyson Katowicz, and rounding out your first split of senior grooming is number 32, Hayden Phelan. This is your first split of senior grooming. Members of the senior grooming split 2, could you please make your way to the hitching ring?
All right. On this first class of senior grooming, you guys are doing a great job. I see some very nice clean calves and just getting down to the nitty gritty. I want to see that at this level you guys are pulling out some clippers. I want to see that you're shaping those legs after you've glued them. Okay, we want to see that some of that shaping is being done and that you know a little bit how to work that hair and get the shape of the leg you want. So we're going to be advancing in this class, no particular order. Number 13, number 23, and number 32.
Coming back for your champion senior grooming class will be number 13, Mercedes Trefanenko, number 23, Tyson Katowicz, and number 32, Hayden Feeland. We will now start our second split of senior grooming. First into the ring, we have number 24, Dagny St. Arnold. Followed by number 26, Ethan Uremko.
After all the seniors are done.
Number 26, Ethan Uremko. Number 27, Nicholas Agnemark. Number 30, Chloe Germain. Kale Lavoy. 35, Kylie Lanza. And rounding out split 2 of senior grooming is number 42, Dayton Deshane. This is your split 2 of senior grooming. Could I have the third split of senior grooming make their way to the hitching ring, please?
All right, just carrying on with the comments Heather gave in the first class. We're in the seniors, so we're expecting to see a little extra here. Showing speckles, we know how hard it is to get that white and the color on there, so that's something that's difficult to do, and good job done in this class with that. Sometimes you're just at the mercy of what you're left with for hair this time of year. Sometimes there's not much left, so just making sure they're clean and trying to get those legs up where you can, but sometimes there's just nothing there left to do with, so you're, again, kind of at the mercy of what you have left with. But good job by the seniors, making sure you're getting those legs done at this stage. You should be, and making sure that, yeah, we get those top lines clean like you guys have. And sometimes clipping out those faces again is beneficial. Sometimes they grow out and you get kind of that long hair, get them cleaned up a little bit. So the top three that we have coming back in no particular order is number 26, number 30, and number 33.
Moving on to your championship senior grooming class will be number 26, Ethan Yaremko, number 30, Chloe Germain, and number 33, Kale Lavoie. We will now start our final split of senior grooming. First into the ring, we have number 29, Callie Yance, 36, Madison Worsta, 40, Haley Daniluk, 52, Cheyenne Klatt, 69, Dominic Krankowski, 71, Tyson Trefanenko, and rounding out your split three of senior grooming is 73, Ethan Locke. This is your final split of senior grooming. Could I have the members who are in the championship grooming class please make their way to the hitching ring, please? Those are number 13, 23, 42, 26, 30, and 32. If there are any intermediate or junior members who have not done their oral reasons or would like to, please go to the back now.
All right, for our final split of senior grooming, again, good job, guys. Nice to see these calves nice and clean. You've done a great job that way. Yeah, again, we're looking for those legs to be boned up a little bit and that there were some clippers put on them and shaped a little bit. So advancing in no particular order, we will have number 29, number 36, and number 40.
Advancing to the championship senior grooming class will be number 29, Kelly Yance, number 36, Madison Worsta, and number 40, Haley Daniluk. We will now start our championship class of senior grooming. First into the ring, we have number 13, Mercedes Trefanenko. Number 23, Tyson Katowicz. #42, Hayden Feeland. #26, Ethan Yaremko. #30, Chloe Germain. #33, Kale Lavoie. #29, Callie Yant. #36, Madison Worsta. And rounding out your senior championship grooming class is number 40, Haley Daniluk. This is your 2025 senior grooming championship class. Could I have all intermediate members who were in the first split make their way to the hitching ring, please?
All right. Okay, the nice thing about being a judge is you get to be right. Doesn't matter if anybody agrees with you or not. So, terrific set of calves, excellent fitting on all of these. It was some tough classes, and this one was the toughest of all. You're the seniors, you're the ones that are out there teaching the younger ones, and you guys are leading by example and doing an excellent job. It was a really tough class to pick here. All of you did an excellent job on just fitting up getting those legs boned up. Again, it's kind of the mercy, like I said before, of the hair you got left on your calves. Getting that white, getting those tail heads cleaned up and fitting so you actually know what you're doing. You're just trying to square that calf up. We talked to a lot of you out in the barn and watched you out there too and saw who was using clippers and who wasn't, and that you understood the products that we're using. So again, you can have a calf with no hair left, but at least you understand what you're doing, and then you can have a calf with a lot of hair, making sure they're fitted nice. So for our senior grooming, again, we're looking for those calves that doesn't have a hair to place. When we're looking at those back legs, we want to see something that's blended up smooth. We don't see any lines coming up those legs. It should be seamless coming into their calves. There's a couple here that did a fantastic job on it. In first place, we're going to go with number 26. And this calf here was just fantastic. There wasn't a hair out of place on this calf. The whites are white, and those back legs were fitted perfect. There was clippers being used, understood the products to perfection. So great job there. In second place, we're going to go with number 29. And I don't think I've ever seen a nicer balled-up tail on a calf than that one today. That was fantastic. And to get that white and red contrasting like that, that calf just took your attention as soon as it came in the ring. And again, not a hair out of place on that calf. Fantastic job. Really good. And our third place, we're going to go with number 13. And what we loved about this calf is the fitting on those back legs. It just blended in so smooth. Again, you didn't see any lines coming up in there, and not a hair out of place. Had the head clipped out nice and looked really, really good. Not a lot of hair left, but did a great job with what you had. So good job.
First place in your senior grooming championship class goes to Ethan Uremko. Second place goes to Callie Yantz. And third place goes to Mercedes Trefanenko. We will now be starting our first split of intermediate grooming. First into the ring, we have number 4, Aurora Yantz. Number 6, Odin St. Arnold. Number 7, Morris Amiot. Number 8, Kurt Uremko. Number 19, Ava Millette. Number 21, Brielle Lavoie. #28, Remy Amiot. 39, Sierra Hoffer. And rounding out your intermediate split 1 of grooming is number 41, Cassidy Burdeck. This is your first split of intermediate grooming.
All right, here we are with our first split of intermediates, and good job again, guys. One little tip that I would say quite a few of you guys could do is to get your clippers out again and just smooth out those top lines, okay? We want to see a nice flat top. We don't want to see it lumpy and bumpy with the hair, okay? That'll make your calf, that profile side view of them, just look so much better if you get those clippers out again. All right, and for those who, well, also what we were looking for is obviously those legs to be done and boned up nicely, and that you guys knew what you were talking about and you knew what products you were using. So those who will be advancing in no particular order will be number 6, number 8, and number 41.
Advancing to the championship intermediate grooming class will be number 6, Odin St. Arnold, number 8, Kurt Uremko, and number 41, Cassidy Burdeck. Moving on to our second intermediate split, we have number 38, Ethan Barker. 44, Kennedy Burdeck. 47, Claire Elson. 49, Jace Feeland. 51, Aubrey Fulmer. 55, Ginny Demetric. 56, Caleb Hofer. 57, Alexis Daniluk. 58, Bryce Michaud. And number 59, Olivia Michaud. This is your second class of intermediate grooming. Could I have all members in the intermediate grooming split 3 please make their way to the hitching ring? At this time, I would like to thank the St. Paul Feeders Association and the Sloan family for donating steers for purchase in the 2025 sale. All proceeds will respectively be donated to the Stollery Children's Hospital and One Too Many nonprofit organization.
All right. So some intermediates are doing excellent here. You would have done excellent against some of the senior classes. Again, it's just making sure you know what the products you're using, what they're for. When I come up and talk to you. Again, getting same comments on those legs. On the tailheads, just making sure that you're blending those tailheads back into, sure you're getting them to stand up and make sure you blend that up so you square them up. Some of the comments we see in this class is pretty good, but just making sure those faces are cleaned up. Maybe they were clipped up for a club show a couple weeks ago, but clipping them up again, clean them up. And just just to the bottom of the bellies of those calves, making sure those are tidied up and cleaned up if that hair is still there. Work on getting those back legs, not as much here as some of the senior classes. They have those legs dialed in, but some excellent jobs on these calves here. And so advancing again, the top three, no particular order. We have number 44, number 51, and number 55. Number 51 and number 55.
Advancing to the intermediate championship grooming class is number 44, Kennedy Burdeck, number 51, Aubrey Fulmer, and number 55, Ginny Demetric. Moving into our final split of intermediate grooming. Starting off the class, we have number 61, Casey Feeland. '62, Paisley Trefanenko. '63, Sierra Robinson. '64, Jordis St. Arnold. '66, Emma Lavoie. '67, Abigail Yance. 70, Reed Deshane. 72, Lennox St. Arnold. And rounding out your final split of intermediate grooming is 74, Ruby Erlacher. This concludes your intermediate split 3. All intermediate members moving on to the championship grooming class, please make your way to the hitching ring. Members moving on to the championship grooming class, please make your way to the hitching ring.
All right. Well, this is our third split of intermediate grooming. Calves are starting to get a little cranky and sore on their feet and tired. But good job, guys. Just a few pointers for the kids in here is just try to get, again, those top lines clipped down. I liked hearing when a few kids said that they did pick up some clippers. This is intermediate, so it's really nice to see when some kids have done that. And for the calves that are just acting a little out, I know that's really hard, but just try to get a little more time at home so that they're not quite so crazy in here when it comes to the big show. All right, advancing for grooming. In no particular order, we'll have number 61, 62, and 72.
Moving on to the intermediate championship grooming class is number 61, Casey Feeland. Number 62, Paisley Trefanenko. And number 72, Lennox St. Arnold. We will now be starting our championship intermediate grooming class. First into the ring, we have number 6, Odin St. Arnold. Followed by number 8, Kurt Uremko. #41, Cassidy Burdeck. 44, Kennedy Burdeck. 51, Aubrey Fulmer. 55, Ginny Demetric. 61, Casey Feeland, sorry. 62, Paisley Trefanenko. And rounding out your championship intermediate grooming class is number 72, Lennox St. Arnold. This is your intermediate grooming championship class. All intermediate members in the split 1 of grooming, please make your way to the hitching ring. All intermediate members in the split 1 of grooming,
Okay, we'll give some comments for intermediate grooming. Again, a fine set of calves here in our final 9 calves, spotless calves. Some of the things we just want to give as tips is when we come around and talk to you guys and you're mentioning your products, just make sure you know what you're using and just say it with confidence what you have. It's good to understand what you're using so you're just not spraying stuff in for the sake of spraying something in. Again, we talked about having hair, not having hair this time of year. It's so hard. These calves are getting slicked right out. So you've got to work with what you can. Trying what you can to keep the hair on if you can. Gives you a little bit extra advantage to actually have something to work with and actually something to fit. So sometimes when they slick out, it's unfortunate, but you just have less to do with. There's a few calves in this class that really stand out, that have their hair just in place, back legs, front legs, everything done, and having those clippers on them. Make sure you're using those clippers, like Heather said, on those stray hairs to clean up what they have. But again, these final 9 came back here for a reason. You all did a fantastic job. So we're going to go with, for first place, we're going to pick number 8. Second place, well, first place, this calf did not have a hair at a place on it. He knew all his products, had an extensive list of things that he did with his calf, knew everything, said it with confidence. The tail on this calf looked amazing and just not a hair at a place, just fantastic. Second place, we're going to go with number 61. This calf here, again, it's those extra colors really do help you sometimes because that just draws your attention. When you get that white, so white on those calves and put that extra work in that hair, you can see the time and attention that kids have spent on these calves to get them in place they are. Fantastic job on that calf. Looks really good. And third place, we're going to go with number 6. And this calf had a little bit of hair to work with, which is great. Again, not out of place. It's got some clippers on there where they needed to. Got that top line looking really good. But again, fantastic job by these intermediates.
First place in the Intermediate Grooming Championship class goes to number 8, Kurturemko. Second place goes to Casey Feeland, number 61. And third place goes to number 6, Odin St. Arnold. We will now start our first split of junior grooming classes. First into the ring, we have number 2, Ryder Jodouet. Number 3, Brody Trefanenko. Number 9, Jackson Yance. Number 10, Maverick Stark. Number 12, Maya Jodouet. Number 15, Dylan Michaud. Number 16, Arlie Lavoie. And rounding out your first split of junior grooming is number 31, Landon St. Arnold. This is your first split of junior grooming.
All right, here's our first split of junior grooming. It's been a little chaotic in here, but well done, guys. You have your calves nice and clean. Again, a few tips would be to get some clippers out, and even if you get a sibling or somebody to help you, just get those top lines nice and flat. But there was a few kids who got some glue out and worked on those legs, and we appreciate that they worked on that. So advancing in no particular order, we have number 15, number 16, and number 31. Number 16 and number 31.
Moving on to the junior championship grooming class will be number 15, Dylan Michaud, number 16, Arlie Lavoie, and number 31, Landon St. Arnold. Moving on to our second split of junior grooming. First into the class, we have number 20, Caitlin Deshane. Number 25, Rebecca Elson. Number 48, Madison Krankowski. Number 37, Kennedy Deshane. #43, Jose Lavoie. #46, Lauren Sloan. #22, Wyatt Robinson. And rounding out your junior grooming split 2 is number 53, Cade Dunlop. This is your second split of junior grooming. All members in split 3 of junior grooming, please make your way to the hitching ring.
right. Whoa, that's loud. Good job, juniors. We got another really good class. You guys have all got your calves really, really clean. Going around and talking to you, you've spent a lot of time on them, washing them. A few of you started using glue, getting those tail heads where you want them to. So that's really good. You get into the age where soon you'll be able to start using some glue and getting those legs done up. But otherwise, you did a really good job getting these steers really nice. There's 3 that really stood out for us here. And in no particular order, coming back for the final will be number 25, number 37, and number 46.
Advancing to the championship junior grooming class will be number 25, Rebecca Elson, number 37, Kennedy Deshane, and number 46, Lauren Sloan. Moving on to our final junior grooming split. First into the ring, we have number 50, Rosie Demetric, 34, Lincoln Fulmer, 45, Annabelle Amiot, 54, Daxon Amiot, 60, Cash Dunlop, 65, Olivia Amiot, 68, Riley Stark, 'And rounding out split 3 of the junior grooming class is number 75, Robbie Lawton. This concludes your split 3 of junior grooming. This concludes your split 3 of junior grooming. Could I have all junior members competing in the championship grooming class please make their way to the hitching ring? That is number 15, 16, 31, 25, 37, and 46. 25, 37, and 46.
All right. Well done, juniors. This is the third and final split of junior grooming. You guys have done an excellent job getting these calves nice and clean and shiny. All right, we had a few juniors who just stepped it up a little bit and they knew their products well. They knew what they were used for and they were able to tell us that. And we even had a junior who said he did pick up the clippers and just clean up his top line a little bit. All right, so advancing in no particular order, we have number 45, number 65, and 75.
Moving on to your championship junior grooming class is number 45, Annabelle Amiot, number 65, Olivia Amiot, and number 75, Robbie Lawton. We will now be starting our junior grooming championship class. First into the ring, we have number 15, Dylan Michaud. Number 16, Arlie Lavoie. Number 31, Landon St. Arnold. Number 25, Rebecca Elson. Number 37, Kennedy Desheen. Number 46, Lauren Sloan. '45, Annabelle Amiot. '40, 45, yeah, Annabelle Amiot. 65, Olivia Amiot. And rounding out your championship junior grooming class is 75, Robbie Lawton.
Okay, we're finally got to our finals for our juniors on grooming, and just give them a round of applause. These kids did a very good job. All the kids here, I'm very impressed with all the juniors throughout this whole district. Fantastic job on grooming. These calves look really good. You guys are doing a lot of good work. Again, you're the youngest kids, but you got a great head start, and you're going to be fantastic groomers and fitters in the future. So really, really good work. All these calves looked fantastic. You guys did a really good job getting them clean, making sure that their faces were clipped out again, making sure that you had some, I know adhesive is a big word, I struggle with it too, but you were all using adhesive, so that was really good. You could tell me what the sprays were using. You had your calves washed up and clean, and you're doing the best you could, so fantastic. So today we get to pick out 3 winners, but all of you did fantastic. You were all winners here in this class for sure. So our first place, we are going to go with number 45. Second place, we're going to go with number 37. She got that white, so white on that forehead. Great job. And number 3, the calf of the best hairdo, we're going to go with number 15.
First place junior grooming goes to Annabelle Amiot, number 45. Second place junior grooming goes to number 37, Kennedy Deshane. Third place goes to number 15, Dylan Michaud. And could I please have the first class of steers for confirmation into the hitching ring? All members of the first class of the confirmation, please make your way to the hitching ring. We will now start our confirmation classes. For our first class today, starting off the class, we have number 38, Ethan Barker. With his steer weighing 846 pounds. Followed by 65, Olivia Amiot, with her steer weighing 1,202 pounds. (42) Dayton Deshane, with his steer weighing 1,265 pounds. 71, Tyson Trefanenko, with the steer weighing 1,303 pounds. 70, Reed Deshane, with the steer weighing 1,353 pounds. 27, Nicholas Agnemark, with the steer weighing 1,386 pounds. 56, Caleb Hofer, with his steer weighing 1,417 pounds. 40, Haley Daniluk, steer weighing 1,466 pounds. And rounding out your first class of confirmation is Kennedy Burdeck, with her steer weighing 1,553 pounds. This is your first class of confirmation.
Could I have the members in the Class 2 confirmation class make their way to the hitching ring, please?
Well, good afternoon. It's definitely my pleasure to be here today, sorting through these cattle. I'd like to thank the clubs here that form the district show for asking me to come up and sort through the cattle. It's definitely, from what we saw earlier than today, it's a really nice group of steers, and looking forward to looking through them. We're just pulling the two top steers randomly out of the class. We'll, not talk too much about them. We'll kind of get down to our championship class and discuss them a little bit more in depth. The steer that's going to end up third in this class here, the young lady with the black steer, I think a steer really appreciate a real big rib, depth, deep-bodied steer. He's got a lot of depth to him and a lot of lower third. To get him up into this top two, just like to see him tracking a little bit better on his back legs. He's just got a little bit of set to his leg. He's just a lot real free in his movement here today, but I think a steer we really appreciate just for the depth of rib and the power that he does have. Young man with the tan, steer next. I think this is a steer, long-bodied steer. He's a steer, a lot of nice muscle shape to him. He's just not quite, when we compare him to the two steers that come out of the class here, he's just not quite as attractive in his makeup. He's not quite as strong in his forerib as the two steers that come out of the class. But still, he handles himself well. He's a good quality steer. The young man with the next black steer, or the young lady with the next black steer, this is a steer, he's a steer. He's got ample amount of finish for him. He's a lighter steer in the class here. He's not light because he's not finished. He's just light because he's just a little bit smaller frame of a calf. I think he's a calf. He definitely he handles himself well when you get your hands on him. He's a balanced steer. Just when you get him compared to those top end steers, he just doesn't quite have as much performance and pay weight to him, but still a steer. Like the balance to him, like the muscle that he's got to him, a well finished calf. The two red steers that come next are two very similar in their type. They're steers. You like the length of body that they have. They're nice hipped steers. They got some shape over their hip down in through their stifle. They're just steers. If we were going to have them any higher up here today, we just like to see a little bit more depth of rib, a little bit more depth of flank to them to get them up any higher. But I think a really nice pair of red steers here, just in terms of length and shape over their top. The steer that's coming in next, the black steer, a steer, just like to free him up a little bit again on his back wheels when he gets out and travels. To see him any higher here in the class today, he does handle himself well. He's a steer. Definitely do like the rib shape that he's got to him and the depth of rib. The young man that rounds out the class, a steer. It's just he's a lighter steer. He's a nice made steer. He's a balanced steer. Young fella's done a good job showing him. He just doesn't quite have the power to compete with any of these big calves at the top end of the class. But a really nice group of steers here to start off the show.
Moving on to the Parade of Champions is number 27, Nicholas Agnemark, and number 40, Haley Daniluk. Starting off Class 2 of Confirmation, first into the ring we have number 52, Cheyenne Klatt, with her steer weighing 1,092 pounds. 45, Annabelle Amiot, with the steer weighing 1,205 pounds. Number 10, Maverick Stark, with the steer weighing 1,266 pounds. 39,
on this sheet, on this,
39, Sierra Hofer, with her steer weighing 1,314 pounds. 17, Naya Yance, with the steer weighing 1,363 pounds. 2, Ryder Jodouin, with the steer weighing 1,388 pounds. 69, Dominic Krankowski, with the steer weighing 1,421 pounds. 48, Madison Krankowski, with the steer weighing 1,472 pounds. And rounding out Class 2 of Confirmation, 61, Casey Fueland, with the steer weighing 1,559 pounds. Could I have all members in Class 2 of Confirmation, Class 3 of Confirmation make their way to the hitching ring, please?
Well, another nice class of steers here. I think these two steers that are going to go on, the young lady with the black steer, I think this is a steer. He's on the, again, he's on the on the lighter end of things, in terms of this class. But I think a steer that when you put your hands on him, he's finished really well. I think a really complete steer, just in a little bit of a smaller pack than some of the other calves, and the red steer that's to my right here, I think just a pair of steers that match up really well together. Young lady that'll be third here with the gray steer. I think this is a steer. He's a really good top steer, like the shape that he's got over his loin. He just doesn't quite have that lower shape to his stifle as the two steers are going to get him above here in the class. Just like to see a little bit more lower third to him. The steer that's coming in next, the young fellow with the red steer, when you analyze him from the side, he's a really long-bodied steer. He's a balanced steer. He just gets a little bit flatter in his makeup when you get behind him. Just like to see a little bit more shape to his rib cage, a little bit more shape to his hip to get up any higher here in the class today. But still, I think a steer definitely appreciates the length of spine that he has to him, and the performance that he has. The young lady with the next steer, I think a steer. This steer again, kind of in the same vein as the steer that was before him. He's a steer. We like the hip to him. He's just not as strong when you get up into his forerib, into his heart girth. He just doesn't quite have that same amount of thickness to him, but still a steer, a long spine, big growthy calf. The steer that's coming in next here, the tan calf, a steer. Similar, he doesn't quite handle himself as well as the steers above him in terms of finish. Just maybe like to see a tick more cover on him here at this point in time. He's a steer, definitely, he's a balanced calf. He's got some depth of rib to him. Just again, like to see some more shape down into the stifle to him to get any higher here today. Young lady with the next calf, another big frame, big growthy calf. Just, again, like to see a bit more cover on him for this point in time. Just could see a bit more finish to him. He's just a little bit narrower based. Just like to see some more width to him and overall thickness. Young lady with the tan steer here coming in next, the lighter calf in the class, a steer. He's just not quite at that point yet where he needs to be in terms of his end date. He's just a little bit green here yet. He just doesn't quite have the cover to him. But I think a steer, definitely young lady's done a really good job presenting him, a really well-presented, nice steer. The young fellow rounding out the class here, this was a replacement steer, so he's not eligible to be competing here against the other calves in terms of conformation. He's just out here for showmanship, but a really impressive steer, and a shame that he couldn't have competed here because a real big-bodied, heavy-muscled steer, impressive calf. Congratulations to the young fellow in the showmanship, another good, solid class of steers.
Moving on to the Parade of Champions is number 45, Annabelle Amiot, and number 2, Ryder Jodouin. We will now be starting the third class of confirmation. Starting out the class, we have number 68, Riley Stark, with the steer weighing 1,121 pounds. Number 12, Maya Jodouin, with the steer weighing 1,217 pounds. 15, Dylan Michaud, with the steer weighing 1,268 pounds. 64, Jordis St. Arnold, with the steer weighing 1,320 pounds. 14, Matthias Agnemark, 1,367 pounds. 32, Hayden Phelan, with the steer weighing 1,388 pounds. 55, Ginny Demetric, with the steer weighing 1,425 pounds. 41, Cassidy Burdeck, with the steer weighing 1,475 pounds. And rounding out your third class of confirmation is number 31, Landon St. Arnold, with the steer weighing 1,588 pounds. At this time, I'd once again like to thank the County of St. Paul number 19 for providing supper, Service Credit Union for providing breakfast, MCS Net for sponsoring ribbons, Miles Woke Auctioneering for conducting the auction later tonight, and Cornerstone Co-op for providing snacks and refreshments. I'd like to also mention at this time our silver sponsors, B&D Industrial Service, our gold sponsors, Mistel Seeds, PS Catering, Extreme Power Products, Horizon Ag and Turf, Sake Insurance Services Ltd., St. Arnold Lumber and Building Supplies, Parrish and Heimbrecker Ltd., Danilick Farms, and Vermilion Livestock Exchange. At this time, I'd also like to thank our platinum sponsors, County of St. Paul number 19, Service Credit Union, DLMS, A. Amiot and Sons Welding Ltd., Coet and Sons Implements Ltd., St. Paul Vet Clinic, CNRL, Nutrient Ag Solutions St. Paul, Magic Floors, Webb's Machinery Ltd., St. Paul Seed Cleaning Association, Viking Auction Market Ltd., K-Cow Ranch, Nova RPM, White Cloud Mechanical, 4L Tire, Alberta Cedar Parts and Repairs, MCS Net, Cornerstone Co-op, Master Feed St. Paul, Top Grow Agro Ltd., Glendon Drug Mart, UFA, Miles Woke Auctioneering, and Lakeland This Week. Thank you, sponsors. All members of confirmation class number 4, please make your way to the hitching ring.
I think we really upped the degree of difficulty here on this class. We've got a lot of really good steers here that they've got ample amount of finish to them. They just a really complete group of steers. I think the two steers that are going to come out of the class here, I think these two steers, they really match each other really well in terms of their type. Their steers, real big volume steers, a lot of middle third to them, big hip steers. They're probably not quite the yield grade that the third and fourth place steers would have, but I think steers that are just really impressive for their type, just for how massive and how much mass and softness they have. Steer that's in third, I think this is a steer, like I said, a steer that you think is going to catch a yield. He's got a lot of length to him. He's a trim steer, a clean made steer, just to see him a little bit more structurally sound to get out in past these two steers above him. He's just not quite as good on his back leg, just doesn't quite have as nice of a foot to him. We talked earlier today when we were doing our judging, these feeder cattle, they only have to go as far as they have to get to a kill plant, but they still have mothers and sisters somewhere in a cow herd, and so we still do want to pay some attention to the structural soundness. The steer that's in fourth, I think very similar body type to the steer that's in third. He's a long steer. He's got a lot of shape to him. He's got a good hip to him. He's not quite as soft made as the two steers that come out of the class. Not quite as strong in his loin over his top, but I think a really balanced steer, a really excellent steer there as well. Young man that's coming with the next red steer here, I think this is a steer, the heavy steer in the class. He's a powerhouse steer. He's not quite maybe got the amount of eye appeal that the steers at the top of the class have. Maybe not quite as strong loined or up in his forerib as the calves that were at the top of the class. I think he's a steer really appreciate just for the overall power and performance to him. Not tracking as well as the two steers that come out of the class either. Young lady with the next steer here just kind of got into a pretty tough split. This is a steer. He's a lighter steer, but he's still finished enough. He handles himself well when you put your hands on him. He's a steer that he's got some depth of rib to him, a really nice made steer. Like I said, he just kind of gets in tough here in this class. The next dark red calf, again, a steer that you get your hands on. He's got an ample amount of finish to him. He's got some top to him and some shape. He doesn't have the middle and the lower third. He doesn't have the strength to his stifle as the steers that are at the top of the class, but another really solid calf. Two steers are going to round out the class. The steer, the second from the bottom, a steer, you really appreciate the length to him. He has getting close to enough cover here. He's not any excess, but I think he's got close to enough. Just doesn't have the thickness over his top. Just doesn't have the shape and power of the steers at the top of the class. And young lady with the black calf at the bottom of the class, I think when you get your hands on him, he doesn't handle himself that bad in terms of cover. He's just not as thick made. He's just not as powerful as the steers that we had up further in the class. But an exceptional group of steers here, a really solid class here in this split.
Moving on to the Parade of Champions from class number 3 is number 14, Matthias Agnemark, and number 32, Hayden Phelan. Moving on to class 4 of confirmation. Starting out the class, we have number 4, Aurora Yance with the steer weighing 1,131 pounds. Number 66, Emma Lavoie with the steer weighing 1,217 pounds. 36, Madison Worsta with the steer weighing 1,270 pounds. 67, Abigail Yance with the steer weighing 1,326 pounds. 59, Olivia Michaud with the steer weighing 1,368 pounds. 54, Daxon Amiot with the steer weighing 1,388 pounds.
6, Odin St. Arnold with the steer weighing 1,426 pounds. 11, Trista Marcoux with the steer weighing 1,489 pounds. And rounding out the class 4 of confirmation is number 22, Wyatt Robinson with the steer weighing 1,596 pounds. This rounds out the class 4 of confirmation.
Well, another really solid set of steers here in this class. I think, again, we've got two steers to come out of the class that match each other quite well. I think, a pair of steers, they got big top steers that got some shape and some hip to them. Steers that tidy made, steers that look like they have a yield to them. I think our third place steer here, when you analyze him from the side, the red white face, he's a really long-bodied calf. He's got a big hip. Just when you look at him compared to these two steers that are coming out of the class, he's just not as strong. Over his top into his forerib, he just doesn't quite have as much expression to him. He doesn't have as much shape down through his lower third, but still a really impressive steer. Young fellow with the solid red heavyweight steer in the class. I think this is a steer just in terms of pure mass. He's definitely an impressive steer compared to the two black steers that are coming out of the class. He's just not, again, much shape over his top. He's just a little bit flatter in his makeup, but still a really impressive high performance steer. Young lady with the next black steer. I think I really like this steer. He's a deep rib steer. He's an attractive steer from the side. He doesn't quite have the stifle in the lower quarter to him that the steers are at the top of the class have. He is a big top steer. I think just like to see a little bit more length, just a little bit more power to him to match up with those two big guys at the top of the class. Young lady with the next solid red steer, a steer I think good hip steer, good muscle shape to this steer. Flatter over his top again, doesn't have the expression over his rib, over his loin as the steers that are coming out of the class, but a nice finished, well-balanced steer. The young lady next black steer, just like to see a little bit more flank to this steer, just like to see him again stouting up into his in his stifle, down through his lower quarter. Just maybe like to see him tracking a little bit better, but still a steer. Definitely appreciate the depth of rib that he has to him. The steer that we have second from the bottom of the class, a long-bodied steer. Just like to see him a bit stronger over his hip. He kind of tails off from his hooks to his pins there. He's a steer. He's not quite carrying the same amount of finish as some of the steers we have up at the top of the class. Just like to deepen him up in his flank. Steer that rounds out the class. Just like to see more to this steer. He doesn't have the top or the muscle to him. He's a long-bodied steer. He's a balanced steer. Just like to see more hip, more stoutness to him. But I think another really solid set of steers here. Really good class again from these young members.
Moving on to the Parade of Champions, we have number 54, Daxon Amiot, and number 6, Odin St. Arnold. Starting off Class 5 of confirmation, we have number 60, Cash Dunlop with the steer weighing 1,173 pounds. Number 74, Ruby Erlacher with the steer weighing 1,231 pounds. 53, Cade Dunlop with the steer weighing 1,270 pounds. 43, Jose Lavoie with the steer weighing 1,332 pounds. 75, Robbie Lawton with the steer weighing 1,373 pounds. 73, Ethan Locke with the steer weighing 1,400 pounds. 51, Aubrey Fulmer with the steer weighing 1,433 pounds. 72, Lennox St. Arnold with the steer weighing 1,491 pounds. And rounding out Class 5 of confirmation is number 63, Sierra Robinson with her steer weighing 1,686 pounds. This is your Class 5 of confirmation. Could I please have the sixth class of confirmation make their way to the hitching ring? A thank you again to the St. Paul Feeders Association and the Sloan family for donating steers for purchase in the 2025 sale. All proceeds will respectively be donated to the Stollery Children's Hospital and One Too Many nonprofit organization. The sale this evening will be conducted by Miles Woke Auctioneering and Direct Livestock Marketing Systems. There will be a 4 p.m. supper provided by the County of St. Paul. If any member is missing a show comb, it has a brown handle and a black comb top. You can come to the trailer up here and we will have it for you.
Well, I think in the last couple classes we had steers that matched up quite well in terms of type that advanced. We don't quite have that in this class. We got a couple of different types of steers here at the top. We got the real big heavyweight red calf, and we got the black calf that's kind of from the lighter end of the class. But I think these two steers probably handle themselves the best of any when you get your hands on them in terms of finish. They're maybe a little bit different in terms of weight, but I think they're similar in terms of they got some depth of rib and just type. The next two steers, the third and fourth place steers, I think where they maybe fall behind these two, they maybe when you get your hands on them, they maybe just don't quite handle themselves as well. Given the mass and the performance and the size and the weight that they have, young fellow with the yellow and white steer, he is a really long spine steer. He's a steer. He's nice in his hip. Again, just maybe like to see him a little bit more expressive over his top, just in terms of his muscle shape, but a really impressive calf. Young lady with the solid red steer next. Again, this is a steer maybe just when we get our hands doesn't quite handle himself as well as those top two. Like to see a bit more shape down in the stifle on this calf, but still a good quality calf. Young fellow with the black brockle steer here. I think this is a steer. He's a balanced steer. He's just not as much to him maybe as those couple steers that are right in front of him in the class. Maybe just not quite as balanced to him. Doesn't quite have the strength in his forerib as the steers that are above him in the class. But I think a steer. He's a well balanced steer. Really nice type of a calf. The steer that we have next, the solid red steer. Steer not as strong out of his hip. Doesn't have that muscle expression down through his lower quarter. A steer again. Maybe like to see him handle a little bit better when we get our hands on him. The steer that's following in behind him, the red and white steer, a steer really long spine steer. Steer really like him over his hip. Just like to see a bit more middle third to this steer. Just see him a little deeper ribbed, a little stronger in his flank. Two steers that round out the class, a pair of black steers. I think a nice pair of steers. Steers that just aren't as thick made as the steers at the top of the class. Just don't have that overall mass and power to them to get any higher. But I think a balanced pair of steers. Really solid class here from top to bottom. A little bit of variance in type.
Moving on to the Parade of Champions from Class 5 is number 43, Jose Lavoie, and number 63, Sierra Robinson. Starting off confirmation class number 6, we have number 9, Jackson Yance, with his steer weighing 1,179 pounds. 19, Ava Millette, the steer weighing 1,253 pounds. 37, Kennedy Deshane, with the steer weighing 1,281 pounds. 20, Caitlin Deshane, with the steer weighing 1,335 pounds. 62, Paisley Trefanenko, with the steer weighing 1,378 pounds. 58, Bryce Michaud, with the steer weighing 1,401 pounds. 29, Callie Yance, with the steer weighing 1,441 pounds. 33, Kale Lavoie, with the steer weighing 1,521 pounds. And rounding out class 6 of confirmation, we have 23, Tyson Katowicz, with his steer weighing 1,701 pounds. This rounds out class number 6 of confirmation. Could I please have confirmation class number 7 make their way to the hitching ring? Confirmation class number 7.
Well, two steers that going to come out of this class, two red and white faced steers here on either side of me. A lot of horsepower on this guy to my right, a real high performance, impressive steer. I think this steer that we're going to take along too, they're both just steers, a lot of length to them, a lot of shape, just two really good solid steers here to win this class. The steer that's going to come in third, I think, he's a steer. He's a long-bodied steer. He's a smooth-made steer. He doesn't have the finish on him that the two steers that are going to come out of the class have to him. He's just a steer. He kind of slots in nicely here. As we get into the class, we get a few more steers that have a little bit of structural issues. I think the steer, he just kind of fits in nicely here for third. Tracking and just in the way he tracks. Just a smooth-made steer. Young lady with the next red steer on the lighter end of the steers here. I think he's a steer. He handles himself well when you get your hands on him. He's just a steer. He's not as thick topped as the steers that come out of the class. He just doesn't quite have that length to his hip, doesn't quite have that shape down in his stifle. Next two steers we have, the black steer, I think, on the standstill, this would be a steer that would come out of the class, probably as one of our top two steers. He's a big volume steer, real fleshy steer. He's just having a little bit of trouble here getting out on tracking today, a little bit sore on the one front foot, but obviously a steer that really appreciate just for the mass and the performance that he has to him. The steer that's going to follow in behind him, I think another steer again, just not quite as competitive when you put him on the move here today, but a steer, a lot of muscle shape to him, a lot of depth of rib, a well-finished steer here. Young lady with the next black steer, I think a steer, he doesn't have the thickness over his top or the muscling to him that the steers at the top of the class have. He's a deep-bodied steer. He handles himself well when you get your hands on him. A balanced steer, a really nice calf for the young lady. Steer that we have second from the bottom here, I think the steer, he's he doesn't handle himself that bad given that he's a lighter weight. He's just a bit of a smaller package. Again, just tough for these little guys to get thrown in with some of these real big high performance steers and to compete with them. Steer that rounds out with the class, another steer just having a little bit of trouble when he gets out and tracking here today. On a steer probably not the caliber of the black steer that's struggling to get around either. He just not quite as deep ribbed, not quite as thick top, but still another really good class of steers here. Two exceptional steers come out of the class.
Moving on to the Parade of Champions, we have number 29, Callie Yance, and number 23, Tyson Katowicz. Starting off Class 7 of Confirmation, we have number 50, Rosie Demetric, with her steer weighing 1,180 pounds. 21, Brielle Lavoie, with her steer weighing 1,259 pounds. 3, Brody Trefanenko, with the steer weighing 1,283 pounds. 16, Arlie Lavoie, with the steer weighing 1,338 pounds. 13, Mercedes Trefanenko, with the steer weighing 1,352 pounds. 18, Lexi Smith, with the steer weighing 1,382 pounds. 35, Kylie Lanza, with the steer weighing 1,405 pounds. 57, Alexis Daniluk, with the steer weighing 1,449 pounds. 46, Lauren Sloan, with the steer weighing 1,523 pounds. And rounding out the class of Confirmation Class 7 is 5, Zach Germain, with the steer weighing 1,714 pounds. This is Class 7 of Confirmation. Could I please have class number 8, the last class of confirmation, make their way to the hitching ring?
Well, I think another really competitive class here. I think the three steers we have at the top, the two black calves, probably obviously in size and type, they match up a little bit more. Actually the steer that we pulled in third probably has as nice a fat cover as any of the steers in the class. I think the two steers we're going to go on with in this class. Again, it's kind of like a couple of other classes. We got a bit of different type and style here. We got the real big powerhouse calf that's on my right, and we got the nice balanced black calf that's on the left here. Steer that's in third, like I said, he's a steer. He handles himself really well. He's lighter on the lighter end of the class here, but it's not because he's not finished. He's just coming in a smaller package. But I think he's a steer. Definitely appreciate the depth of rib that he has to him. He's a big hip steer. He's a steer that I really like. Just got into a bit of a tough split here with these other two calves. The steer follows up behind him. Actually, the next two steers, I think they kind of match up. Not in terms of color, but definitely in terms of style. They're steers. They've got some shape to them. They're nice hip steers. They don't have the muscle down in the lower quarter, maybe to compete with those two powerhouse steers at the top of the class. But I think two really nice steers. The young fellow with the red steer here, a flatter made steer, a steer that when you look at him from the profile, he's an attractive made steer. He's deep rib. Just again, like to see more muscle to him in his lower quarter, more stifle and twist to him. The steer that's following up behind him. Black steer here, just a steer. He's a heavier steer, but he doesn't have as much cover on him as some of the steers that we have at the top end of the class here. He's not as strong hipped. I like to see a bit more muscle to him. Deep ribbed, long bodied calf. Next calf that's coming, young lady. She's doing a really nice job showing her calf. Ferdinand here. He's a big frame steer. He's got a lot of power to him and performance. Probably is needing a little bit more condition or finish on him to be higher up here today, despite what he's weighing. But he's definitely a steer that's impressive in terms of just sheer power and size. Two steers that round out the class. The next young lady with the black steer, a steer again, just like I've said in a couple other classes. Some of these lighter steers, they just get into some pretty tough sledding with some of these big powerhouse steers that we have, at the top of these classes. Steer that rounds out the class, another steer wasn't able to compete here for confirmation today, only for showmanship, which is a shame because this is a steer I think would have been competitive in this class and going forward. So congratulations again to this group of exhibitors. Another really good class.
Moving on to the Parade of Champions is number 57, Alexis Daniluk, and number 5, Zach Germain. We will now start our final split of confirmation, class number 8. Starting off the class, we have number 47, Claire Elson, with the steer weighing 1,182 pounds. 25, Rebecca Elson, the steer weighing 1,261 pounds. 49, Jace Phelan, with the steer weighing 1,291 pounds. 24, Dagny St. Arnold with the steer weighing 1,339 pounds. 7, Morris Amiot with the steer weighing 1,353 pounds. 26, Ethan Uremko with the steer weighing 1,382 pounds. 34, Lincoln Fulmer with his steer weighing 1,417 pounds. 28, Remy Amiot with the steer weighing 1,461 pounds. Number 8, Kurt Jurenko with the steer weighing 1,533 pounds. And rounding out Class A to confirmation, we have number 30, Chloe Germain, with the steer weighing 1,775 pounds. This is your Class 8 of confirmation.
Well, I think this would be probably might be our toughest class. It's definitely be our most diverse class. We'll stick together with the two black steers here at the top of the class. I think they're definitely kind of carbon copies of one another. They're very similar just in their makeup. They're balanced steers. They're steers that they're gonna go out and yield. They're steers that have some top and some shape to them. Obviously, they don't have the sheer mass and performance as this third place steer, but I think just a pair of steers complement each other well. Just really complete balanced pair of steers. Young lady with the steer in third. This is a steer, obviously the heaviest steer we got here in the show today. She's obviously going to be pretty pleased when she goes and sells this guy by the pound. The performance here is extremely impressive. He's got a lot of length, a lot of muscle to him. He actually probably doesn't have as much finish on him as the two steers that are coming out of the class do. Definitely, though, a steer that impressive just for the performance of him. And he's 1775. The average carcass weight, I think, of a steer slaughtered in Western Canada so far this year is about 1930. So if you work that at a 60% yield, that steer, it's not like he's outlandishly big for where the industry is here right at the exact moment. The next steer that we have, the fourth place steer, I think he's this red and white steer here, a similar type of steer to that steer that just had left before him, a big framed, stretchy type of a steer. He doesn't have as much just muscle and mass as the steer directly in front of him. Young lady that followed after him was the other black steer. I think obviously he matches up a little bit more in terms of type to the two steers that advanced from the class. Just a shorter bodied steer, shorter hip steer, just not quite as impressive as the two steers that lead off the class. We're kind of, I guess, doing a little bit of, it's nice when we're judging these cattle if you can kind of, keep a consistency of type, but that's the issue here with this wide spread of weights. We are kind of going a little bit up and down. We're kind of back up onto this next steer, a bigger frame steer, a long spine steer. Steer probably doesn't quite have enough cover for us right here today. He just needs to be a little bit softer made, have a little bit more middle third to him to get any higher here today. Same goes to the next young man with this black steer. Steer on the profile, really like this steer. He's a high yielding steer. He's a steer with the muscle shape. You just get behind him, he's not as thick over his top. He's just a little bit tighter wound. Just like to see him softened up a little bit. Young lady with the black white face steer here. A steer just kind of got into some tough sledding as far as the steers that she was up against. Again, a steer that he's got enough cover to him. He's a nice balanced, nicely made steer. Definitely a steer that young lady should be proud of. Next steer we're going to come up with here, this black steer, a long spine steer, bigger frame steer that just need a little bit more cover for him here today compared to the steers that are above him, but definitely a steer impressive just for his growth and length. Steer that rounds out the class, another steer that's a replacement here, so the young lady just out here for showmanship today, but again, a really excellent class of steers here, a lot of variety here, but a really strong class here in our last split.
Moving on to the Parade of Champions is number 7, Morris Amiot, and number 28, Remy Amiot. members coming back for junior showmanship will be number 2, Ryder Jodouet, number 3, Brody Trefanenko, number 31, Landon St. Arnold, number 46, Lauren Sloan, number 48, Madison Krankowski, number 53, Cade Dunlop, number 54, Daxon Amiot, and number 68, Riley Stark. Coming back for intermediate showmanship is number 8, Kurt Yaremko, number 44, Kennedy Burdeck, number 51, Aubrey Fulmer, number 57, Alexis Daniluk, number 61, Casey Feeland, number 64, Jordis St. Arnold, number 66, Emma Lavoie, and number 72, Lennox St. Arnold. For senior showmanship, number 23, Tyson Kitowich, number 26, Ethan Yaremko, number 30, Chloe Germain, number 32, Hayden Feeland, number 36, Madison Wursta, number 40, Haley Daniluk, number 52, Cheyenne Klatt, number 69, Dominic Krankowski, number 71, Tyson Trefanenko, and number 73, Ethan Locke. All junior members called back for the championship showman class, please make your way to the hitching ring. That's numbers 2, 3, 31, 46, 48, 53, 54, and 68. We will now be starting our junior showmanship champion class. First into the ring, we have number 2, Ryder Jodoin. Followed by number 3, Brody Trefanenko. Number 31, Landon St. Arnold. Number 46, Lauren Sloan. '48, Madison Krankowski. 53, Cade Dunlop. 54, Daxon Amiot. And number 68, Riley Stark. This is your class of junior showmanship. Could I please have the intermediates who were called back for the championship showman class make their way to the hitching ring? That's number 8, 44, 51, 57, 61, 64, 66, and 72.
All right. Give a big hand for these junior members in their showmanship. Okay, well done, guys. Just a few comments for you to remember. When you come in this ring, the purpose of showmanship works for every class you're in because you are presenting your animal in the best of your ability. You want to show off that animal, okay? So you never stop showmanship no matter what class you're in, okay? Because the point of going in the ring is to show off that animal. All right, so we are going to go and, sorry. Oh, yeah. So a few other things to remember too is pay attention to where your judge is. Know where they are. That doesn't mean you need to stare them down with the staring contest, but just know where they are, be aware, okay? Be watching. And your leads. I know it's hard when you're scared your animal's gonna get away from you, but try to let that lead hang down, and if it's too long, it needs to be cut, okay? Cut it so that it's not gonna get stepped on by that calf if it puts its head down, all right? Because that's gonna hurt its face if it steps on that lead. And we don't wanna see any knots in the lead at all. Okay, we are now going to go and pick our first, second, and third junior showmanship.
First place junior showmanship goes to number 31, Landon St. Arnold. Second place junior showmanship goes to number 53, Cade Dunlop. And third place junior showmanship goes to Brody Trefanenko. Now starting our championship intermediate showmanship class. Starting out the class, we have number 8, Kurt Yaremko, followed by number 44, Kennedy Burdek, number 51, Aubrey Fulmer, number 57, Alexis Daniluk, '61, Casey Feeland, 64, Jordis St. Arnold, 66, Emma Lavoie, and rounding out your intermediate championship showmanship class is number 72, Lennox St. Arnold. At this time, I'd like to once again thank you to the St. Paul Feeders Association and the Sloan family for donating steers for purchase in the 2025 sale. All proceeds will respectively be donated to the Stollery Children's Hospital and One Too Many nonprofit organization. Supper is also being provided tonight by the County of St. Paul, so a big thank you to them. And the sale tonight is conducted by Miles Woke Auctioneering and DLMS. Could I have all senior members called back to compete in the senior showmanship class make their way to the hitching ring? 23, 26, 30, 32, 36, 40, 52, 69, 71, and 73.
Okay, into our intermediate final, and you can just see the level change coming from our juniors and intermediates. So fantastic job, intermediates. A few things to comment on, just really simple things to start off with. It's just your halter, make sure it's fitted to your calf proper. You don't want it too far down your nose where it could potentially slip off. Another thing I noticed on a few is just the leads where it's clipped in. Always have that clip on the outside just so it's not pushing into their calf. We'll probably say this more often than not, but most of your work is going to begin at home. It probably sounds cliche, but that's the truth of it. And the calves we brought back into the ring today were calves that were standing out there. There were some kids that were doing a terrific job in showmanship today, but they're just fighting their calves all day long, and it just could be just the situation of the day. Maybe that calf's great for the rest of the week. It just, today wasn't their day, and unfortunately that's why I didn't bring you into this class today to be the final. You guys were paying attention to the judge. You were all very aware where we were at all the times. You had your calves set up. When you're setting up those feet, setting up by stepping him into place at home, trying not to be using the stick where you don't need to be using the stick as much as you can just to set them up. So you guys did a great job with that. You guys had a pleasant look to yourselves out there. You want to be approachable when we come out there. You don't want somebody that's glaring at you or not paying attention. That doesn't make the judge feel like you're really in it and you're there to present your calf like Heather said before. You're in there to present your calf to the best of your ability. You don't want to be a distraction in any way from what you are. You want to be pleasant. You want to be presenting yourself right and standing straight, getting out of the way of the judge when he moves around, just being aware of that at all times. So really, really good job. Yeah, if you're girls, well, it could be boys too, just making sure your hair's tidy, pulled up out of the way so we can see what your numbers are. That helps too. Yeah, and sometimes I just get tired, and that's how it goes. So I feel like doing that too. Okay, Heather's going to go out and pick our first, second, and third.
First place intermediate showmanship goes to Kurt Yaremko. Second place goes to Casey Feeland. And third place goes to Lennox St. Arnold. We will now start our final class of showmanship, our senior showmanship champion class. First into the ring, we have number 23, Tyson Katowicz, followed by number 26, Ethan Yaremko, 30, Chloe Germain. 32, Hayden Feeland. 36, Madison Worsta. 40, Haley Daniluk. 52, Cheyenne Klatt. 69, Dominic Krankowski. 71, Tyson Trefanenko. And rounding out your senior showmanship champion class is number 73, Ethan Locke. The County of St. Paul has graciously donated supper for tonight, and it is ready to eat. It is in the concession part of the front area. Thank you to them again.
All right, let's put our hands together for this senior showmanship final. There are some fantastic showmen in this ring, and you guys can all be proud to be here. You're all presenting your animals beautifully, and you made our job very hard, that's for sure.
Okay, just so you're wondering, they didn't all forget their show sticks before they come in. We did that on purpose. So, just trying to see how these young people do in the ring. Again, we talked about it in the intermediate class. The work they put in at home is so essential when they come to the show ring. That it just pays dividends when you get here. What we're looking for is when these calves are coming in the ring, they're leading, they can hold their head up high, they're presented well, and as soon as you stop them, you can get them set up in front of that judge as quick as you can. Again, we're looking for that show presence. We're looking for those people that are paying attention. You all did a fantastic job of that. Very, very good, solid group of show people here. Congratulations. Give them a round of applause. It's been an honor for me and Heather to be judging here today. 23 years ago, I was in this show ring with a lot of your moms and dads probably at that time too. So it's a neat opportunity to be back here. It's a special place. The district does an awesome job putting on this show. Fantastic job. We're going to go pick our first, second, and third, but again, you guys are all excellent show people out here, and best of luck in the sale.
First place senior showmanship goes to number 52, Cheyenne Cott. Second place goes to Ethan Yaremko. Third place goes to Tyson Katowich. After the senior showmanship class exits the ring, could I have all members back into the show ring, please?
All right, everyone. Thanks for joining us for the confirmation side of the show. We are going to be shutting down the broadcast. Please tune back in just before 6:30, where we're going to do our Parade of Champions, and we'll be slapping the Grand and Reserve Champion steer and then moving right into the sale. So tune back in close to 6:30, and we will be live again.